Before we begin our journey, find a moment for yourself. Perhaps it's the end of a long day, and the weight of hours still lingers in your muscles and your mind. Perhaps you are seeking a respite, a sanctuary of calm before you drift into sleep. That is what this space is for. This is not a story to be analyzed or a puzzle to be solved. It is a landscape to be felt, a gentle current to carry you away from the shores of thinking and into the deep, peaceful waters of simply being. So let us prepare. Wherever you are, whatever has transpired in your day, allow it to be as it is for now. There's nothing to fix, nothing to plan, nothing to remember. Your only task is to listen and to let go. Begin by noticing your body against the surface that supports you. Gentle pressure of your head upon the pillow, the weight of your back, your legs, your arms being held. Feel the subtle give of your mattress or the firm support of the floor, cradling you completely. With your next exhale, imagine you can allow yourself to become twice as heavy, sinking just a little deeper into that support. It holds you entirely. You can surrender your weight to it. Now, bring your attention to your breath. Don't try to change it. Simply notice the cool air as it enters your nostrils and the warmer air as it leaves. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest or your abdomen. There is no perfect way to breathe here. Your body knows how. Just follow the rhythm, like waves lapping softly on a shore. In and out. With every exhale, imagine a little more tension dissolving from your body. It melts away like a flake of snow, landing on warm ground. Let's take a moment to thank your body for all it has done today. It carried you. It breathed for you. Your heart beat. Your eyes saw. Your hands felt. Send a gentle wave of gratitude through you, from the crown of your head down to the tips of your toes. Thank your mind, too, for its constant work. And now, offer it a silent permission to rest. You can tell it, it's all right. You can stand down now. I am safe. We are resting. Feel the space around you in the darkness behind your closed eyelids. It is a soft, welcoming darkness, like the deepest velvet. There is no urgency here. Time stretches and softens, becoming meaningless. There is only this moment, this breath, this gentle release. You might notice thoughts appearing. That's perfectly normal. They're like leaves floating on the surface of a still pond. You don't need to dive in after them or push them away. Just acknowledge them floating by and gently return your focus to the sound of my voice, to the feeling of your breath, to the heaviness of your body being held. We are creating a sanctuary within you, a place of profound peace that you can always return to. With every word, we are weaving a cocoon of calm around you, a soft protective layer that separates you from any lingering cares of the day. Inside this cocoon, there is only safety, only comfort, only stillness. Imagine now that at the very top of your head, there is a tiny point of warm, golden light. It's the light of pure relaxation. And as you take your next deep, slow breath in, imagine that light beginning to spread. It flows down over your scalp, a soothing, liquid warmth, softening every strand of hair, relaxing your forehead. It smooths away any lines of worry, of concentration. It flows over your temples, where thoughts sometimes gather, and gently dissolves them. The warm, golden light pools in your eye sockets, relaxing the tiny muscles around your eyes, letting them rest deeply in their sockets. It flows over your cheeks, your jaw. Allow your jaw to unclench, your teeth to part slightly. Let your tongue rest softly on the floor of your mouth. The light travels down your neck, soothing the long muscles that hold up your head all day. They can let go now. They are supported. The river of golden light splits, flowing down your shoulders, melting any tightness you carry there. It drips down your arms, to your elbows, your wrists, into your hands, and finally out through the very tips of your fingers. Your arms feel heavy, warm, and limp, completely free of effort. Meanwhile, the light continues down your spine, vertebra by vertebra, like a gentle, warm hand soothing each one. It spreads across your back, loosening any knots, any held tension. It flows into your chest and abdomen, and with every beat of your heart, the light pulses, spreading relaxation deeper into your core. Your breathing becomes even softer, even easier. All your internal organs are bathed in this peaceful, healing light. The light moves into your hips, the hinges of your body, and lets them go loose and heavy. It flows down your thighs, your knees, your calves, like a warm waterfall of relaxation. It pours over your ankles, into your feet, and out through your toes. Now your entire body, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, is filled with and surrounded by this warm, golden light of deep relaxation. You are glowing with calm. You are immersed in peace. From this deeply relaxed state, we will begin our story. It is a slow, meandering sensory journey. There is no conflict to solve, no danger to face, only beauty to witness and gentle experiences to feel. You are not just hearing this story, you are within it. You are the quiet observer, moving through a world designed for rest. We will walk through ancient, silent forests. We will float on still, mirror-like waters. We will watch the slow dance of stars. The language will be soft, the imagery gentle, the pace as slow as a drifting feather. If your mind wanders, it's okay. The sound of my voice will be your anchor, a soft thread you can always follow back into the tapestry of the tale. You are safe. You are held. You are deeply, profoundly relaxed. And now, let this conscious preparation fade away. As the first images of our story begin to form in the tranquil darkness of your mind's eye, let the words wash over you, not as instructions, but as suggestions of peace. Allow yourself to drift. The world begins in soft grays and blues, the color of a dove's wing at twilight, or the inside of a seashell. You are standing at the edge of a great forest, but it is not a forest that frightens. It is a forest that invites. The air here is cool and carries the clean, damp scent of earth after a gentle rain, of old stone and of pine needles baking slowly in the last of the day's sun. It is the smell of ancient, quiet things. You breathe it in, and it cools you from the inside, clearing away the last lingering dust of the day. Before you, a path unfurls. It is not a straight path cut by human hands, but a gentle winding trail made by the passage of deer and the slow seepage of rainwater over centuries. It is soft underfoot, covered in a thick springy carpet of moss in 100 shades of green, emerald sage, the pale green of lichen, the deep forest green of velvet. It is so soft that your footsteps, as you begin to walk, make no sound at all. It is like walking on a cloud, or on the deepest, most luxurious carpet. With each step, you feel the moss give way ever so slightly, cushioning your foot, then springing back, erasing any trace of your passage. The trees here are immense, great sentinels of pine and fir, their trunks the mottled gray and brown of elephant skin, wide as ancient pillars. Their high canopy is so dense it filters the fading light into a kind of underwater glow. Shafts of luminous, golden light slant down through the branches, catching motes of dust that dance like tiny, slow-spinning galaxies. You look up, and you cannot see the sky, only layer upon layer of green, deepening into shadow. The air is utterly still, yet alive with a deep resonant silence. A silence that is not empty, but full. It is the sound of growth, of roots drinking deeply from the dark soil, of needles absorbing sunlight in a process slower than thought. You walk, and time loses its meaning. There is only the rhythm of your breath, the soft, silent giving way of the moss, and the gradual unfolding of the forest around you. To your left, a fallen log, cloaked entirely in a fuzzy blanket of bright green moss, lies cradled by the earth. On it, tiny, delicate mushrooms grow in perfect stair-step shelves, their undersides like pale velvet. A single, fat drop of water clings to the tip of a fern frond, catching the light like a diamond. It hangs, suspended, for an eternity, before finally letting go to fall with a soft plip into a hidden pool below. The sound guides you off the path a few steps. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, you find a small clearing where a spring bubbles up from between the roots of the largest tree you have yet seen. The water is perfectly clear, filtering over stones worn smooth as glass by its endless passage. It gathers in a small, round pool before trickling away into the forest gloom. You kneel by its edge. The water is so clear it seems not to be there at all. You see every pebble, every grain of sand on the bottom, magnified and shimmering. You cup your hands and bring the water to your lips. It is colder than you imagined, and sweeter, tasting of minerals and deep, dark places within the earth. It refreshes you completely, a cool clarity spreading through your veins. Rising, you continue. The light is changing, deepening from gold to a dusky violet. The forest begins to open. The giant trees space themselves further apart, and between them, you see a new wonder. A field of tall grass, each blade tipped with a soft, glowing light. Fireflies. But they do not dart. They pulse. Slowly, rhythmically, like 1,000 tiny, breathing stars come down to earth. Their light is a cool, blue-white, and as they pulse in gentle, unsynchronized waves, the whole field seems to breathe with them. You walk to the edge of the trees and watch. There's no sound but the softest whisper of a breeze through the grass. A sound like a distant sigh. The fireflies rise and fall, their light reflecting in your wide, peaceful eyes. You could watch this silent, luminous dance for hours, and it would feel like a single, perfect minute. A soft sound joins the whisper of the grass, the gentle musical trickle of water over stone. It leads you along the edge of the glowing field until the trees part completely, and you step out onto the smooth, worn bank of a wide, slow-moving river. The water here is a perfect mirror, the last of the twilight sky, a gradient of deep indigo, violet, and the faintest streak of peach, where the sun has long since set, is reflected so perfectly on its glassy surface that it is impossible to tell where the world ends and its reflection begins. The stars are beginning to prick through the velvet of the sky above, and each one has its twin in the water below. It is as if you are standing between two infinite, star-strewn universes. Tied to a pale, weathered post at the water's edge is a simple boat. It is little more than a shallow wooden punt, long and narrow, with a flat bottom. Its wood is silvery with age, smooth to the touch. Inside lies a single, thick, woolen blanket, folded neatly, and a long pole for navigating the shallow waters. It feels like it has been waiting for you. Without hesitation, you step in. The boat rocks gently, once, then settles. You untie the rope, pick up the pole, and push away from the bank. The boat glides into the center of the river with barely a ripple. The water is so still, the movement so smooth. It feels less like sailing and more like the world itself is turning slowly beneath you. You set the pole down and lie back on the blanket, looking up. The canopy of trees is gone now, replaced by the infinite expanse of the night sky. It is not the flat, black sky of a city, but a deep, rich, royal blue, so vast and deep you feel you could fall up into it. The stars are not just pinpricks. They are swirls, clouds, clusters. You see the misty band of the Milky Way stretching across the dome like a spilled pathway of diamond dust. A shooting star traces a slow, silent line and vanishes. From the banks, the soft chorus of night begins. Not the harsh electronic chirp of crickets, but the melodic three-note call of peepers, like tiny glass bells being struck under the water. A bullfrog adds a deep, resonant brurum that seems to vibrate in the wood of the boat. An owl calls once, a low, questioning woo from somewhere in the distant woods. These sounds do not disturb the silence. They are part of it. They are the voice of the night itself, a lullaby sung by the earth. You float. The river carries you. A silent, gentle guide. Occasionally, you pass under the outstretched branches of a willow that leans over the water, its long trailing leaves brushing the surface with a sound like a soft kiss. The air grows cooler, and you pull a woolen blanket around you. It is thick and slightly scratchy, smelling of lanolin and wood smoke, a deeply comforting scent. You are perfectly warm, perfectly safe, cradled in this little boat on this mirror-like river under this endless sky. Your eyelids grow heavy. The stars above begin to blur, their light softening into hazy aureoles of gold and silver. The sound of the water against the boat is a rhythmic, soothing shush-shush, like the breath of the world. The frogs croak, the distant owl, the peepers. They blend into a single, harmonious hum. You are not asleep, but you are no longer awake in the ordinary sense. You are in the liminal space between, where dreams and reality weave together. The river widens, opening into a great, still lake. The water here is like obsidian, reflecting the starscape so perfectly, it creates the illusion that the boat is suspended in the very center of the cosmos. You are floating through space, unmoored from gravity, from time, from every earthly concern. A sense of profound peace, deeper than any you have ever known, fills you. It is a peace that comes from knowing, in this moment, that you are an intrinsic part of this beautiful, silent, majestic universe. You are made of the same stardust that forms these ancient trees, this cool water, these distant, burning suns. You belong here. On the far shore of the lake, a soft, greenish light begins to glow. It pulses gently, rhythmically. As you drift closer, you see it is coming from the moss and fungi growing on the rocks and tree roots along the water's edge. It is a bioluminescent glow, a fairy light, cool and ethereal. It illuminates a small, sandy beach. The boat's prow kisses the sand with a soft sigh and comes to rest. You step out, the sand cool and fine between your toes. Before you, set back amongst the glowing moss and giant, sheltering ferns, is a small structure. It is a cabin, built of rounded logs and stone, with a roof of thick, growing sod from which wildflowers nod sleepily. A single, round window shines with a warm, golden light from within. The warm, inviting light of a fireplace. A thin, gentle spiral of smoke rises from the chimney, carrying the scent of cedar and applewood into the still air. A path of smooth, flat stones leads to a heavy wooden door. You walk up the path and push the door. It swings open, silently. Inside, the cabin is one simple, perfect room. The walls are lined with books, their leather spines soft and worn. In the center, a large stone fireplace crackles with a low, friendly fire, its light dancing on the wooden beams of the ceiling. The floor is covered in thick, woven rugs in patterns of deep red and blue. There is a large, overstuffed armchair piled with cushions beside the fire, and in one corner, a bed heaped with quilts and pillows that look as soft as clouds. The air is warm and carries the scents of the fire, of old paper of dried lavender from a bunch hanging by the window, and of something sweet baking, perhaps a spiced apple cake, just taken from the oven. On a small table by the chair, a cup of tea steams, its scent chamomile and honey. A book lies open, face down, as if someone just stepped away for a moment. But you know this place is for you. It has been waiting. You close the door, shutting out the cool night. You take off your outer layer and sink into the armchair. It embraces you, supporting every part of your body. You reach for the cup of tea and take a sip. The warmth spreads through your chest, a gentle, herbal kindness. You look into the fire. The logs shift, sending up a shower of orange sparks that climb the chimney like tiny, ascending star. The flames are hypnosis itself, blue at the heart, then gold, then orange, licking slowly over the wood, consuming it in a slow, timeless ritual. Sound is a soft, constant crackle and pop, a cozy, familiar music. Your gaze drifts to the window. Through the round pane, you can see the lake, the stars, the glowing shore. It is a perfect picture, framed. A night creature, a fox perhaps, trots silently along the water's edge, its form just a shadow, then disappears into the ferns. Everything outside is peaceful. Everything inside is safe. After a while, the warmth of the fire and the tea works its magic. You rise from the chair and walk to the bed. The quilts are indeed as soft as they looked, heavy in the best way, promising deep, secure warmth. You slide beneath them. The pillow cradles your head as if it was molded just for you. You are surrounded by softness, by warmth, by the faint, clean scent of lavender and sun-dried cotton. You look once more at the fire. It has burned down to a bed of glowing, pulsating embers, deep red coals that breathe with a slow, steady light. They are like a heart beating slowly in the hearth, the warm, quiet heart of this safe haven. The dancing flames are gone, replaced by this deep, radiant warmth that fills the room. Your breathing slows, matching the slow pulse of the embers, in and out, deep and even deeper. With every exhale, you sink further into the mattress, further into the quilts, further into this perfect, protected peace. The images of the day, the mossy forest path, the glowing fireflies, the starry river, the cozy cabin, drift through your mind like beautiful, fading pictures in a cherished album. They are no longer outside of you. They are part of you. You carry this peace within your very cells. The sound of the fire is now just a whisper, the faintest sigh of heat. The embers glow, their light dimming to a soft cherry red. The room is dark, warm, and safe. The last conscious thought drifts from your mind like a feather carried on a zephyr, disappearing into the soft, welcoming darkness. You are here. You are home. You are deeply, completely, and utterly at rest. Your body is heavy. Your mind is quiet. Your spirit is calm. And now, sleep does not come as an intruder, but as a natural, gentle tide rising from within you. It fills you up from your toes to the crown of your head, a warm, velvety wave of pure, dreamless rest. You surrender to it willingly, gladly. You let go. The last sensation is the gentle weight of the quilts, the perfect support of the pillow, and the profound, all-encompassing knowledge that you are safe, you are held, and you are loved by the silent, beautiful universe itself. The story ends here, but your rest continues, deep and renewing. Through the quiet hours of the night, sleep well. The lake held the boat, and the boat held you. And for a timeless span, there was only the gentle rocking, a cradle's motion dictated by the lake's own slow, sleeping breath. The star-dusted sky was a dome of profound silence. A silence so complete it had its own texture. A soft, palpable velvet against the soul. You floated, and the boundaries of yourself seemed to soften, to blur at the edges, merging with the cool night air and the dark, reflective water. You were not a person on a lake, but a point of peaceful awareness within the lake's own ancient dream. Gradually, a new sensation seeped into your awareness, not through your ears, but through the very wood of the boat, a deep, resonant, almost subsonic hum. It was the lake singing a bedrock lullaby, a vibration from the stones far below, tuned to a frequency that loosened the last tight coils within you. The water itself seemed to gather you, not with hands, but with intention, and the boat began to drift with impossible slowness toward the shore where the soft green bioluminescence pulsed. The sandy beach received the prow with a sigh of finality, as if the shore had been waiting all evening to exhale just for you. You rose, the woolen blanket falling away like a shed skin. Stepping onto the sand was like stepping onto another planet, one made of crushed moonstone and cool silk. Each grain was a tiny, perfect sphere that held the day's lost warmth for a second before giving way to a deeper coolness. You walked a few paces, leaving soft impressions that filled in slowly behind you. You raced by the gentle lap of the water. Before you, the forest rose again. But this was a different woods. The trees were ancient, gnarled willows and scholarly old oaks, their branches draped with curtains of moss that glowed with the same gentle internal light as the fungi on the rocks. The light was not for seeing by, but for feeling by, a visual whisper, a map of peace written in emerald and jade. A path, not of moss this time, but of smooth, water-tumbled stones, each the size of your palm and worn flat by millennia, wound away from the beach into the heart of the luminous grove. You followed. The stones were cool and firm beneath your feet, their placement so perfect. It felt like a crafted mosaic laid down by a patient, artistic force of nature. The air here was different still, denser, sweeter, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp, rich loam. The glowing moss absorbed sound, creating a pocket of such profound quiet that your own heartbeat became a distant, reassuring drum. The path led to a small, natural amphitheater. In its center, a spring bubbled up from a cleft in a giant, moss-humped stone, forming a pool no larger than a bathtub. The water here glowed with a soft, blue-white light, as if it were liquid moonlight itself, or had captured a piece of the Milky Way within its depths. Tiny, luminescent algae swirled in lazy, hypnotic patterns just below the surface, creating living, moving constellations. The sound of the spring was a constant, gentle guggle-plash, a sound so primitive and soothing it seemed to bypass the mind and speak directly to the blood and bone. Around the pool, thick cushions of a velvety, non-luminous moss formed perfect resting places. You settled onto one, its texture impossibly soft, as if you were sitting on a cloud that had taken root. The glow from the water painted dancing, aqueous patterns on the surrounding trees, and on your own hands, you dipped your fingers into the pool. The water was neither cold nor warm, but a perfect neutral temperature, like the inside of your own body. It felt like touching liquid silk, and a tingling, cleansing sensation traveled up your arm, a gentle effervescence that left a feeling of pristine clarity in its wake. Time ceased its pretense of measurement. You might have sat there for minutes or for hours, watching the living light in the water dance its slow, silent ballet. From the deeper shadows beyond the pool's glow, a presence emerged. It was a deer, a great stag, but he seemed woven from the forest itself. His coat was the deep brown of wet bark. His eyes held the dark, still wisdom of the oldest pools. And from the great spread of his antlers, strands of the glowing moss hung like natural ornaments, and tiny, bioluminescent fungi grew like miniature villages. He did not startle. He simply stood at the edge of the light, watching you with a calm that held no judgment, only a deep, abiding recognition. He was the guardian of this place, and his presence was an anchor, a confirmation of the sacred stillness. He dipped his own muzzle to the glowing water, drank deeply, and then, with a slow, regal turn, melted back into the shadows, leaving only a deeper sense of peace in his wake. A soft chime echoed through the grove, not a metal chime, but the sound of two perfect drops of water falling from great heights into two separate pools, their tones harmonizing in the still air. It was a signal, gentle and clear. You rose from the moss, your body feeling lighter, cleansed. The stone path continued on the other side of the amphitheater, leading gently uphill. The climb was effortless. The air grew slightly cooler, and the trees began to thin. The glowing moss gave way to the pure, unfiltered light of the moon, which had risen, full and opalescent, during your time at the spring. It hung in the sky like a great serene pearl, bathing the world in a monochrome silver. You emerged from the tree line onto a wide rolling meadow that sloped up to a rounded hilltop. The grass here was tall and feathery, moving in slow, sinuous waves under the caress of a night breeze you could not feel on your skin. Each blade was tipped with silver, and as the waves passed, the whole meadow shimmered like a lake of mercury. At the crest of the hill stood a single magnificent tree. It was an ancient oak, its trunk vast and twisted, its branches spreading wide and low, creating a great dome of shelter. Beneath it, the grass was shorter, like a velvet carpet. You walked up the hill, the silvery grass whispering secrets against your legs. As you approached the tree, you saw that hanging from its lowest, stoutest branch was a simple swing. Its seat was a smooth, polished plank of pale wood, and its ropes were thick, braided hemp, worn soft with age and use. You sat on the swing, held you solidly. With a gentle push of your toes, you set it in motion. Not a wild, pumping arc, but a slow, pendulum drift, forward and back. From this vantage, the world unfolded below you. You could see the silver meadow rolling down to the dark belt of the luminous forest. And beyond that, the obsidian mirror of the great lake, holding the reflection of the moon in its exact center, like a precious floating jewel. Further still, the distant, dark shapes of the mountains etched a ragged line against the star-flecked sky. The swinging motion was profoundly soothing. It was the rhythm of a rocking cradle, of a porch swing on a summer evening, of a metronome set to the beat of a resting heart. Back and forth, back and forth. The cool night air flowed over your face as you swung forward, and the comforting, earthy scent of the great oak surrounded you as you swung back. Your mind emptied completely. There were no thoughts, only sensations. The feel of the smooth wood beneath you, the gentle pressure of the ropes in your hands, the panoramic sweep of the sleeping world below. As you swung, a subtle music began to weave itself into the night. It was the meadow itself, the silver grass, rubbing blade against blade in the moon wind, creating a harmonic, sighing song. It was the sound of peace given a voice, a wordless lullaby that rose and fell with your swinging arc. You closed your eyes, letting the motion and the music carry you. You were a child of the universe, rocked in the grandest cradle imaginable. When you opened your eyes again, the world had softened further, as if seen through a veil of the finest silk. The swing slowed of its own accord, until you were merely gently swaying. From the roots of the great oak, small points of light winked into existence. Tiny flowers, their petals closed tight by day, now unfurled to reveal hearts of soft, white luminescence. They dotted the ground like a scattering of fallen stars. It was time to descend. You let the swing come to a rest, and stood. A new path. This one of soft, bare earth, padded with centuries of fallen leaves, led down the far side of the hill. This descent took you into a valley shrouded in a gentle, ground-hugging mist. It was not a cold fog, but a warm, fragrant mist, smelling of sage and lavender and crushed rose petals. It swirled around your knees, glowing faintly with the reflected moonlight. Walking through it felt like wading through a cloud of perfume and light. The mist began to clear as the path ended at the edge of a vast, cultivated garden. But this was no ordinary garden. It was a garden of textures and scents, designed not for sight, but for touch and smell in the moonlight. There were bushes of lamb's ear, their leaves like the softest gray flannel. There were mounds of thyme and chamomile, releasing their herb scent with every brush of your foot. Tall, slender grasses with feathery plumes brushed against your hands. You walked slowly, reaching out to feel the velvet of a rose petal, its thorns carefully absent, the waxy smoothness of a magnolia leaf, the cool, rubbery surface of a hosta. Each texture was a quiet revelation, a conversation between your skin and the sleeping world. At the garden's heart was a pavilion. It was open on all sides, its roof supported by slender columns of carved marble that seemed to gleam with their own inner light. The roof was a living canopy of night-blooming jasmine and moonflower vines, their white blossoms wide open, pouring their intoxicating, sweet scent into the air. Beneath this canopy, a wide, low bed piled high with cushions and silks awaited. They were in shades of midnight blue, deep violet, and silver, the colors of the night sky itself. You needed no further invitation. You lay down upon this bed of clouds and fragrance. The cushions yielded beneath you, conforming to your shape perfectly, holding you in a loving embrace. The silks were cool and smooth against your skin. You looked up through the lattice of vines and flowers at the moon, now directly overhead, framed perfectly by the pavilion's roof. It was a serene, watchful eye. And then, the final gift of this journey began. From the surrounding garden, fireflies emerged. Not the dozens from the field earlier, but thousands, tens of thousands. They filled the air above the garden, a swirling, dancing galaxy of living light. They pulsed in gentle, random patterns, a silent, visual symphony. But then, as if guided by a celestial conductor, they began to synchronize. A wave of light would sweep through the cloud from left to right. Then small circles would form and spin. Then they would all dim to near darkness before pulsing back to full brightness in a unified, slow heartbeat of light. It was a breathtaking display of silent, natural beauty. A ballet performed just for you, a visual representation of the deep, harmonious order that underlies all existence. Watching this, ensconced in softness, bathed in fragrance, a warmth spread from your core. It was the warmth of unconditional belonging. You were not a visitor in this world. You were a note in its song, a point of light in its dance. The love you felt was not from someone for you, but a love that was the very fabric of the place, of the moment, and you were woven into it. Your breathing became as slow as the rise and fall of the firefly's light. Your eyelids, heavy with the beauty they had witnessed, began to close. The last thing you saw was the swirling galaxy of light above, dimming gently as if someone were slowly turning down a divine dimmer switch. The scents of jasmine and damp earth wrapped around you like the most delicate blanket. The silence returned, deeper and more complete than before, filled only with the sound of your own slow, steady heartbeat and the whisper of your breath. You drifted then, not into unconsciousness, but into a state of pure, aware being. The images of the night, the forest, the river, the stag, the swing, the fireflies, floated through your awareness like beautiful, weightless streams. They were memories already, treasures stored in the deepest vault of your soul, to be carried with you always. In this state, you felt a final, gentle descent. It was like sinking into the warm, clear waters of the glowing spring. But this time, you sank into a sea of profound, restorative rest. The world, the story, the sensations, all dissolved into a uniform, blissful darkness. It was the darkness of fertile soil, of a deep cave, of the universe between stars. A darkness that was not empty, but full of potential, of peace, of infinite quiet. Here, in this deepest sanctuary within your own being, there was no more need for words, for images, for guidance. You were home. You were safe. You were whole. And you slept, cradled in the arms of the universe, dreaming the quiet, peaceful dreams of the deeply loved, for the rest of the night and always. The descent into that fertile, starless dark was absolute. A surrender so complete, it felt like becoming the stillness itself. For a span without measure, you simply were, a consciousness without thought, a vessel filled only with the profound humming quiet of the cosmos at rest. It was a darkness that held you, not as a void, but as a velvet-lined embrace, a return to a primordial state before light, before sound, before the gentle pressures of being. From this depth, awareness began to return, not with a jolt, but with the slow, inevitable unfurling of a fern frond in a hidden grove. The first sensation was one of weightlessness. You were floating again, but not on water. You were suspended in a medium of pure, comfortable warmth, like a child in a womb or a seed in the rich, dark heart of the earth. There was no up or down, no edge or boundary. You simply existed in a golden, amorphous haze. Gradually, a gentle pressure formed beneath you, solid and reassuring. It was not the hard plane of a floor or a bed, but something organic and giving, like a great living mushroom cap, or a bed of impossibly dense moss on a sun-warmed rock. You rested upon it, and the sensation of being utterly supported seeped into every bone, every muscle. A deep, resonant vibration, too low to be a sound but felt in the marrow, pulsed through this supportive surface, the heartbeat of the world itself, steady and slow. Light began to filter in, not through eyes that you remembered having, but through the very fabric of your awareness. It was a soft, diffused, amber light, the color of honey seen through a thick glass jar, or of late afternoon sun streaming through dusty air in a sacred silent temple. It had no source. It simply was, filling the space with a gentle, radiant glow. And then came the scents. They were the distilled essences of comfort and memory. The crisp, clean smell of sun-dried linen. The rich, sweet aroma of old books and polished leather. The faint, comforting tang of a wood fire that had burned down to ash hours ago. The ghost of lavender and chamomile from a sachet placed in a drawer long forgotten. These scents did not assail you, but wove themselves around you. A fragrant tapestry that spoke of safety, of home, of time moving at a leisurely, forgotten pace. You became aware of a soft, rhythmic sound. Swish, pause, swish, pause. It was the sound of a gentle broom on a stone floor, or of a silk curtain swaying in a barely there breeze. It was a sound of care, of quiet maintenance, of peace being tended to. It was hypnotic, a metronome for the slow ticking clock of this place, a desire to see, to orient yourself within this new softness, arose gently. As if in response, the amber light coalesced, drawing shadows from the formless glow. You were in a room, but a room unlike any other. The walls were curved and smooth, shaped from a substance that looked like packed sand or creamy clay, and they glowed with their own inner warmth. There were no sharp corners, only gentle arcs and flowing lines. High above, the ceiling was a dome from which hung clusters of crystalline formations that caught the ambient light and fractured it into tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. The floor upon which you lay was indeed organic, A vast, resilient mat of woven, living grasses and supple roots, giving off a faint, sweet green smell. Around you, scattered like islands in a peaceful sea, were mounds of cushions in earthy tones, ochre, rust, moss green, deep indigo. They were made raw silk and softest wool, their textures inviting touch. The source of the swishing sound revealed itself. In a far corner of the round room, where the wall dipped to form a shallow niche, a small, clear spring bubbled up from the ground. The water, in its endless, gentle overflow, trickled over a perfectly smooth stone lip into a shallow channel that ran along the edge of the wall. It was the water's quiet journey along this miniature aqueduct that made the soothing sound. Tiny white flowers with petals like frosted glass floated on its surface, moving in a slow, endless procession. You sat up, the movement feeling effortless. There were no doors in the curved walls, but as your gaze settled on one particular section, it seemed to soften, to become less opaque. You felt a gentle pull, an invitation. Rising, you walked toward it. The wall parted not with a mechanical motion, but like a curtain of dense mist dissolving before you, revealing an archway. Beyond was a tunnel, but a tunnel grown, not dug. The walls and ceiling were the intricate, interwoven roots of a vast, unseen tree, packed with earth and glowing with the same bioluminescent fungi you had seen in the forest, now providing a soft, green-tinged guide light. The air was cool and smelled of damp clay and old, sweet wood. The tunnel sloped gently downward. You followed. The walk was a meditation. The root walls pulsed with a very faint light, as if breathing. Occasionally you would pass a thicker root where the glowing moss was particularly dense, creating a small, radiant pool of emerald light. The silence here was a living thing, a companion. Your footsteps were silent on the packed earthen floor. After a time that felt both endless and instantaneous, the tunnel opened abruptly into a vast, breathtaking cavern. You stopped, your breath catching in a soundless gasp of awe. The cavern was cathedral-like in its scale, so immense that its ceiling was lost in darkness. But it was not dark. The entire cavern was illuminated by thousands upon thousands of glowworms. They clung to the ceiling and upper walls, their bioluminescent threads hanging down like infinitesimal, blue-white beads on countless fragile necklaces. The collective light was a cool, ethereal radiance, like the ghost of moonlight on snow, illuminating the cavern's wonders in stark, beautiful relief. In the center of the cavern stood a forest of stone. Stalagmites rose from the floor like the pipes of a colossal, silent organ, meeting their counterparts, stalactites, descending from the darkness above. Some had joined into massive fluted columns that seemed to hold up the very weight of the world. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, each drop landing with a pure musical plaint that echoed for seconds, bouncing off the mineral formations in a fading, crystalline chorus. The air was cool and carried a crisp, mineral scent, the smell of time itself, of stone patiently becoming something new, drop by drop over millions of years. A perfectly still, obsidian black pool reflected the entire glowing ceiling, creating a perfect, upside-down mirror world. You walked to its edge and peered in. The reflected glowworms looked like a submerged starfield, impossibly deep. The surface was so still, it seemed solid, a sheet of polished jet. You had no desire to disturb it. Its perfect stillness was part of its sacred beauty. To one side of the pool, a flat stone slab, smoothed by eons of water, offered a seat. You sat, facing the water and the stone forest. Here, in the immense, silent grandeur of the earth's belly, a profound sense of perspective settled upon you. All the small worries, the fleeting anxieties of a daily life seemed to shrink to their true, microscopic size. They were like motes of dust in this ancient, dripping cathedral. You were sitting in a room that had taken hundreds of thousands of years to decorate itself, where a single inch of stalactite growth represented a longer span than 100 human lifetimes. The peace here was not soft or cozy. It was monumental, eternal, and humbling. You were a guest in a timeline so vast it made the concept of hurry seem laughable. You simply breathed in and out, in time with the slow, echoing plink of the water, feeling your own brief, beautiful existence as part of this endless, patient rhythm. A soft rustle, not of water or stone, came from behind a nearby column. A small creature emerged, a fox with a coat the color of tarnished silver and amber. Its eyes were dark and intelligent, and it moved with a quiet, patting grace. It did not look at you with fear or curiosity, but with a calm acknowledgement, as if you were both fellow visitors in this holy space. It walked to the pool's edge, drank delicately, its reflection rippling briefly in the jet-black water, then turned and disappeared into the labyrinth of stone columns, its brush a final flash of silver in the blue light. Its departure felt like a signal. The deep, geological peace had done its work, grounding you to the very core of existence. You rose from the stone seat and found another opening in the cavern wall, this one veiled by a waterfall so thin it was like a beaded curtain. You passed through it, the droplets a cool, whispering kiss on your skin, and entered another, smaller tunnel. This one sloped upward. The air grew warmer, drier, and began to carry new scents. Sun-baked rock, dry herbs, and a hint of citrus. The glowing roots gave way to bare, warm stone. And then, ahead, a blinding rectangle of pure golden sunlight. You walked toward it, the light warming your face. You stepped out, blinking, onto a wide, sun-drenched ledge halfway up a majestic cliff face. The view stole the air from your lungs once more. Before you stretched an endless, serene landscape of messes and butts, their striated rock faces painted in breathtaking hues of rust, ochre, lavender, and cream by the light of the late afternoon sun. The sky was a vast, cloudless dome of cerulean blue, so clear and deep it felt like you could see into infinity. Far below, a silver ribbon of river wound its lazy way through a deep-cut canyon. The only sound was the wind, a constant, gentle, sighing presence that sculpted the stone and whispered secrets of ancient deserts and forgotten seas. The air was hot and clean, scented with sagebrush and sun-warmed pine from stubborn trees clinging to cracks in the rock. The ledge itself was a sanctuary. A natural overhang of rust-colored stone created a shaded alcove. Within it, a simple hammock was strung between two stout posts, woven from soft, faded cloth in earthy reds and browns. A low table of smooth, bleached wood held a clay pitcher beaded with condensation, and a single, rough-hewn glass. The feeling here was one of expansive solitude, of peaceful exposure to the elemental forces of sun and sky. You walked to the edge of the ledge. The drop was sheer, but you felt no fear, only a thrilling awe at the vast, timeless beauty. A great bird, an eagle or a hawk, caught a thermal far below, riding the wind in a slow, spiraling ascent without a single flap of its wings. It was a lesson in effortless being, in trusting the currents of existence. Retreating to the shade, you poured water from the pitcher. It was cool and tasted of minerals, and faintly of the clay vessel itself. You drank deeply, the water a blessing in the dry heat. Then you settled into the hammock. It cradled you, its gentle sway dictated by the soft, constant wind. The view from here was a living painting, the colors of the rock shifting minute by minute as the sun began its slow descent toward the distant horizon. Lulled by the heat, the gentle motion, and the immense, silent landscape, a deep, contented drowsiness began to pull at you. The vastness outside mirrored a growing vastness within, a a spaciousness in your mind where peace could echo without end. The worries that had been shrunk to dust in the cavern now felt light enough to be carried away on the desert wind, scattered and meaningless against this epic canvas of stone and sky. You watched as the sun, a great fiery orb, touched the rim of the farthest mesa. The world ignited. The rock faces, so muted in the day's glare, suddenly blazed with internal fire. Crimson, gold, molten orange. The shadows in the canyons deepened to profound purple. The sky transformed from blue to a cascade of colors: peach, rose, violet, indigo. The silent, slow-motion spectacle was more magnificent than any fireworks. A daily ritual of such grandeur, it felt like a personal gift. The wind stilled for a moment, as if in reverence, as the last sliver of sun vanished, leaving the sky awash in afterglow. The first star appeared, a bold diamond puncturing the velvet twilight. Then another, and another. The heat of the day dissipated rapidly, replaced by a cool, gentle chill. You pulled a light blanket from the foot of the hammock around you. The transition from the day's blazing glory to the night's serene majesty was seamless, a natural, graceful surrender. In the deep twilight, a new sound emerged, a distant, melodic howl, not of sorrow, but of pure, wild song. It was answered by another, farther away. The cries echoed through the canyons, a haunting, beautiful symphony that spoke of freedom, of packs, of the untamed heart of the world. It was not a sound to fear, but to cherish, the voice of the wild itself, singing the sun to sleep and greeting the stars. Under this emerging tapestry of stars, with the canyon winds resuming their gentle sigh, and the wild song fading into a comfortable silence, your eyelids grew heavy once more. The hammock's sway was the final lullaby. The immense peace of the desert night entered you, a cool, quiet clarity. You were a speck on a giant cliff, under an infinite sky, and in that realization was not insignificance, but a profound liberation. You were free, you were part of it all, and you were deeply, utterly at rest. The last thing you felt was the gentle, rocking embrace of the wind. And the last thing you saw was the brilliant spill of the Milky Way arching over the black silhouettes of the mesas, a river of light in the silent, star-drenched dark. The desert night, vast and deep, settled its indigo cloak over the world, tucking the fiery colors of sunset into a pocket of memory. The Milky Way was no longer just an arch. It was a torrent, a cascading spill of diamond dust and luminous vapor that seemed to pour directly into the distant canyons. From your hammock, suspended between earth and sky, you felt like an astronomer in the most perfect observatory imaginable. The entire cosmos laid bare in silent, breathtaking splendor. The air grew colder, a crisp, clean chill that sharpened the senses even as the body sought deeper rest. The blanket around you was a thin shield, but the cold was not unwelcome. It was bracing, a reminder of the raw, elemental beauty of this high place. As you watched, a meteor streaked silently across the zenith, a quick scratch of white fire on the blackboard of the sky, gone before a wish could even be formed. Then another, and another, a gentle shower of celestial embers. It felt like the universe was whispering its own wordless lullaby, a display of transient beauty meant for no one and everyone, a secret shared between the infinite and your quiet awareness. The wind, your constant companion on the ledge, began to change. Its sighing whispers gathered, coalescing into a low, resonant hum. It was not the sound of air moving through rock alone, but a musical note, pure and sustained, as if the cliff itself had become a colossal flute played by the night. The note vibrated through the stone ledge, up through the posts of the hammock, and into your very bones. It was a calming frequency, a sonic anchor in the starry immensity. The hum seemed to interact with the starlight, the vibrations making the pinpricks of light overhead shimmer, ever so slightly, as if they were tiny bells ringing inaudibly in harmony. Lulled by this elemental music, your awareness began to soften at the edges once more. The brilliant stars smeared into streaks of light, the sharp line of the canyon rim blurred. The feeling of the hammock's weave against your back dissolved. You were drifting again, not into sleep, but into a different layer of this endless journey of rest. The hum of the wind flute was the only constant, a thread you clung to as the visual world faded. The hum softened, transforming from a stone-born vibration into the gentle, rhythmic thrum of a large, well-tuned engine. The scent changed utterly, from dry sage and cold stone to the aroma of polished wood, old paper, faint coal smoke, and the unmistakable, comforting smell of steam and warm oil. The crisp desert chill was replaced by a dry, even warmth. You opened your eyes. You were no longer in a hammock, but seated in a deeply cushioned, velvet-covered armchair within a private compartment on a train. The light was soft, emanating from a brass wall sconce with a frosted glass shade, casting a warm golden pool onto the rich mahogany paneling. Outside the wide window, a landscape slid by in the deep blue of night, but it was unclear. Perhaps rolling hills, perhaps the suggestion of forests, just darker shapes against a slightly less dark sky. The compartment was a capsule of perfect moving serenity. The click-clack of the wheels on the tracks was a steady, soothing percussion underneath the train's engine thrum. It was a rhythm that spoke of purposeful, gentle travel, of being carried forward while utterly at rest. A small, fixed table was before you, and on it sat a cup of tea in a fine porcelain cup, steam still curling from its surface. The scent was chamomile and honey. Next to it, on a saucer, lay 2 small, perfect shortbread cookies. You took the cup. The warmth seeped into your hands. The first sip was a bloom of floral comfort in your mouth, spreading a gentle heat down your throat. You ate a cookie. It melted on your tongue, buttery and faintly sweet. This was sustenance for the soul, not the body. You looked out the window. As your eyes adjusted, you saw that the night landscape was not entirely dark. Small clusters of lights, warm and yellow, dotted the distant hills. Farmhouses or sleepy villages, their inhabitants tucked in their own beds, dreaming their own dreams. A solitary bridge, lit by a single ghostly lamp, crossed a river that reflected the starry sky in a shattered, wobbling line. The train entered a short tunnel, the sound of the wheels magnifying into a roaring rush for a few seconds before you emerged again. The sudden return of the window's reflection showing your own peaceful, shadowed face superimposed over the passing world. There was a soft knock at the compartment door. It slid open quietly, and the conductor entered. He was an old man, his face a map of kindly wrinkles, his eyes the color of a twilight sky, and he wore a uniform of deep navy blue, immaculate and pressed, with silver buttons that gleamed dully. On his head was a cap, and in his hand, a small brass lantern that emitted no light you could see, but seemed to hold a soft moonlight glow within. "Ticket, please," he asked, his voice a gravelly whisper, like pages turning in an old book. You had no ticket. You simply looked at him, a mild panic not arising, but a quiet question forming. He smiled, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening. "Ah," he said, nodding slowly. "The dreaming pass. Quite in order." He made a small, neat mark in the air, with a finger that left a momentary silver tracery. "Everything is in order. Rest well. The journey is long, and there is no hurry to arrive." He gave a slight formal bow and backed out of the compartment, sliding the door shut with a definitive soft click. His visit felt like a benediction, an official sanctioning of your state of absolute repose. You were a passenger on the right train, going to the right place, at exactly the right speed. Slowly, gently, through the heart of the night. You finished your tea, the cup now a comforting weight in your hands. Setting it down, you turned your gaze back to the window. The rhythm of the train was irresistible. Your head found the high, plush back of the armchair. The click-clack began to synchronize with your heartbeat, then slowly, to lead it, pulling your pulse into an even slower, more languid rhythm. The warm compartment, the full belly, the sanctioned journey, all conspired to pull you deeper. The landscape outside began to transform. The distant lights softened, stretching into long, luminous streaks, like wet paint dragged across a canvas. The stars in the sky blurred into smudges of pale light. The train itself seemed to grow quieter, its sounds becoming muffled, as if it were now gliding on a cushion of air rather than steel rails. You were entering the borderlands, the place between waking travel and the destination of deep sleep. The compartment walls seemed to breathe, the wood paneling softening in the low light. The velvet of the chair became indistinguishable from the air around you. You were dissolving into the journey itself, becoming one with the motion, the sound, the warm, dark safety of the moving vessel. There was no transition, only a completion of the dissolution. You were no longer on the train. You were in the landscape it had been passing through, but it was a landscape of feeling, not of sight. You found yourself walking, but without legs, through a forest of sound. Tall, shimmering pillars of the train's click-clack rose around you, and between them hung curtains of the conductor's whispery voice, rustling like silk. The humming of the engine was a warm, ground-level mist you drifted through. Above, the streaked lights from the window had become a canopy of slow-falling, luminous rain, each drop a tiny, tingling sensation of peace, where it landed on your non-existent skin. This was the synesthetic heart of the journey, where all the senses were one. And that one sense was calm. You moved through groves of tactile scent, the patchouli soft texture of the old book smell, the cool, smooth sensation of the chamomile tea aroma. You brushed against bushes that were the prickling, sweet smell of the shortbread, which then evaporated into a gentle, buttery warmth in your chest. A path opened before you, paved not with stone, but with a gradual deepening of silence. You followed it. The forest of sound and scent began to thin. The luminous rain faded. You emerged onto a wide, empty plain under a sky that was no sky, but a field of uniform, soft, grayish-white, like the inside of a giant, downy feather. The ground was of the same substance, firm yet endlessly yielding. There was no horizon line. The ground and sky blended seamlessly into one another. It was a place of profound neutrality, of zero stimulus. The silence here was absolute, a perfect vacuum of sound that felt like a balm on the raw nerves of a lifetime of listening. In the center of this plain sat a simple, backless stool made of pale, unvarnished wood. You walked to it and sat. There was nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to smell or touch but the gentle, neutral firmness beneath you. At first, the mind, that indefatigable storyteller, tried to protest. It threw up images from the day, a fragment of conversation, an unresolved task, a memory of the forest or the desert. But in this void, the images had no purchase. They appeared like faint projections on a distant screen, flickered weakly, and faded away, leaving no trace, no echo. The silence and blankness absorbed them utterly. You simply sat. You breathed. In this nullscape, even your breath became quiet, almost unnecessary. The constant, low-grade mental chatter that forms the background of waking life. The to-do lists, the rehearsals, the commentaries, finally, completely shut down. It wasn't forced. It just ran out of fuel in this environment devoid of friction or engagement. What was left was pure awareness, a quiet witnessing of nothingness. It was deeply, profoundly restful. This was the maintenance bay for the soul, where all processes were halted, all systems powered down to their essential idle state. Time held no meaning. You could have sat for a second or a century. It was all the same in this peaceful, blank eternity. After a timeless interval, a single point of light appeared in the uniform gray-white of the sky ground. It was not bright or harsh. It was a pinprick of softest gold, like the first idea of a sunrise. As you focused on it, it began, with infinite slowness, to spread. It bled into the gray, warming it, transforming it into a gentle, rosy apricot hue. The diffusion of light was also a diffusion of gentle sound, the faintest, most distant echo of a single clear chord from some celestial instrument. A chord that contained within it both a beginning and an ending, a hello and a goodbye. The light and sound were a gentle summons. You rose from the stool. As you did, the plane began to define itself. The ground beneath your feet gained a slight texture, like very fine sand. The sky above deepened to a twilight lavender at the far edges of your perception. A path, marked by slightly darker sand, wound away from the stool toward the source of the light, which now hung like a benevolent miniature sun on the new horizon. You followed. With each step, the world gained more definition, but softly, gently, as if being painted with watercolors on damp paper. Delicate, translucent shapes began to rise from the sand. Might have been trees, could be shrubs, all in shades of silver pearl and faintest blue. They were the ghosts of forms, suggestions of a world. The air acquired a temperature, perfectly, neutrally cool, and the faintest scent of ozone, like the air after a rain that never fell. The golden light grew stronger, resolving not into a sun, but into an archway. It was made of woven light, threads of gold and white and soft yellow, braided together into a graceful oval. Through it, you could see a scene of such serene domestic beauty that it made your heart ache with a quiet joy. It was a sunroom, enclosed in glass, filled with thriving green plants. Morning light streamed in, catching dust motes in slow dance. Beyond the windows, a gentle rain fell on a lush green garden. You stepped through the archway. The transition was seamless. You were now inside the sunroom. The air was humid and rich with the smell of damp earth, greenery, and the faint sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine that still clung to the air from the evening before. The sound of the rain was a constant, soothing patter on the glass roof, a gentle, random percussion. Beneath it, you could hear the discreet gurgle of water in a small tabletop fountain, a stone basin where water trickled over an arrangement of smooth black stones. The room was furnished for deep comfort. There was a long, padded chaise lounge piled with cushions in shades of cream and sage green. A low table held a tray with a pot of tea. This time, the steam carried the scent of green tea and lemongrass, and a bowl of perfect dewy strawberry. A thick, soft rug in a pattern of leaves and vines covered the tile floor. On a shelf, a slow-moving brass mechanism of orbiting spheres clicked softly, a hypnotic clockwork motion that marked a time unrelated to hours or minutes. This was a place of gentle awakening, but an awakening into rest, not activity. The rain sealed the world away, creating a perfect, transparent cocoon. You sat on the chaise, the cushions embracing you. You poured a cup of tea, the green gold liquid shimmering. You ate a strawberry, its burst of sweet tart juice feeling like the essence of morning itself. You watched the rain. Each drop traced a silver line down the glass, joining others, racing, meandering, creating ever-changing, temporary rivers on the pane. Beyond, the garden was a blur of emerald and jade, the flowers bowing under the gentle weight of the water. A small bird, a sparrow, sat hunched on a branch, fluffing its feathers against the damp. A picture of patient waiting, the rhythm of the rain, the click of the orbiting spheres, the gurgle of the fountain. These sounds wove a net of tranquility that held you softly suspended. The light in the room was the soft, diffused light of a cloudy morning, devoid of glare or shadow, perfectly even and kind to the eyes. Here, in this glass-held sanctuary, the final layers of mental sediment settled. The deep void of the plane had silenced the noise. This gentle living room allowed for the soft return of sensation, but sensation without demand, without urgency. It was a buffer zone between the profound nothingness and the potential of a new day, but a buffer designed to prolong the peace, not end it. You lay back on the chaise. The rain's patter began to slow, the drops becoming heavier, more spaced. Plink, pause, plink, plink, pause. It was slowing down, as if the sky itself was growing drowsy. The light in the room dimmed slightly, not with the approach of night, but with the deepening of contentment. The orbiting spheres on the shelf clicked to a gradual, graceful halt. A final, deep sense of completion settled over you. The journey had traversed the external wonders of forest, river, and desert, moved through the social space of the train, plunged into the void for cleansing, and now delivered you to this perfect, sheltered in between. Every part of you, body, mind, and spirit, had been acknowledged, soothed, and given permission to cease. The sound of the rain faded to a memory. The green scent of the plants wrapped around you like a blanket. The last thing you were aware of was the feeling of the soft cushion beneath your cheek, and the deep, slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, in and out, in and out. A tide of life at its most peaceful, carrying you gently into the deep, silent, and dreamless harbor of perfect sleep. The story was over. The rest was yours. The silence that followed the last whisper of rain was not empty, but a plush, velvet silence, thick and absorbent. It soaked up the last lingering echoes of the journey. The memory of train wheels, the phantom scent of the desert sage, the ghostly chill of the cavern. You lay on the chaise in the sunroom, a vessel now completely becalmed in a sea of perfect stillness. The light through the rain-streaked glass had softened to a uniform, pearl-gray luminescence, erasing all shadows, blending the edges of the plants, the furniture, your own form, into a harmonious, muted whole. You were not sleeping. Not yet. You were in the anteroom of sleep, a place of such profound neutrality that even the gentle rhythms of the story had faded, leaving you floating in a serene, wordless void. From this depth, a new sensation began, so subtle it was almost imperceptible at first. It was a gentle magnetic pull, not from a direction, but from the center of your being, as if your soul were a compass needle, finally aligning with true north. It was a call to descend one layer deeper, to leave even the beautiful, curated spaces behind, and return to the most fundamental, elemental rest. The pearl-gray light in the room began to darken, not to black, but to the deep, rich blue of a twilight sky just after the sun has vanished. A twilight that lasts forever. The glass walls of the sunroom dissolved. The plants faded into soft, blue smudges, and the chaise beneath you seemed to soften and spread, becoming a wide, yielding surface that conformed to every contour of your body with infinite patience. You were now lying in a vast, open field, under this eternal twilight sky. The field was covered in a crop of something soft and whispery. Perhaps lavender, perhaps a silvery grass that released a faint, herbal fragrance with your every exhalation. The air was perfectly still, and a comfortable coolness settled around you, the kind that invites you to sink deeper into warmth. Above, the first stars began to appear, but these were not the fierce, diamond-hard stars of the desert. They were soft, diffuse points of light, their edges blurred, as if seen through a thin veil of sleep itself. They pulsed gently, in unison, with a slow, rhythmic dimming and brightening, like the breathing of the cosmos. In and out, in and out. Their light was a cool, silvery blue, and as you watched, you felt your own breath begin to synchronize with their celestial rhythm. Your inhalations grew longer, deeper, pulling in the star-cooled air. Your exhalations lengthened, releasing all remaining tension in a slow, steady stream, offered up to the vast, gentle night. As you breathed with the stars, a soft sound emerged from the edges of perception. It was the sound of the world humming itself to sleep, a deep, resonant, fundamental note, below the range of hearing but felt in the bones and the belly. It was the combined vibration of the turning earth, the slow growth of roots, the distant pulse of ocean tides, the baseline hum of a living planet at rest. This sound did not enter through your ears, but rose up from the ground beneath you, vibrating through the lavender stems, into the soil, and up into the very core of you. It was a lullaby, older than language, a reassurance that you were lying on the breast of a living, breathing entity that was also settling into its nightly repose. A feeling of immense, boundless gratitude began to well up within you, not for anything in particular, but as a state of being. Gratitude for the support of the earth, for the watchful gentleness of the stars, for the simple, miraculous fact of breath moving in and out of your body without effort. This gratitude was a warm, golden liquid light that pooled in your heart center and then began to flow, following the pathways of your breath and the planet's hum. It traveled down your arms to your fingertips, down your legs to your toes, up through your neck to the crown of your head. It gently flushed away any final microscopic traces of unease, of memory, of identity. You were not a person with a name and a history. You were a locus of grateful awareness, a temporary constellation of stardust, resting on a larger constellation of life, both held in the loving cradle of an infinite universe. From this expanded state, a vision, not seen with eyes, but known directly, unfolded. You saw, or rather felt, the interconnected web of all things. You felt the lavender plant beneath you drawing water from deep aquifers, water that had once been rain over a distant ocean. You felt the minerals in your own bones that had been forged in the heart of ancient stars. The breath you exhaled was taken in by the sleeping grass. The carbon in your cells was once part of a giant fern in a prehistoric swamp. The boundaries of your body were revealed as a beautiful, necessary fiction. You were not separate from the field, the sky, the stars. You were a unique pattern momentarily woven into the endless flowing tapestry of existence. This knowledge brought not awe, but a deep, settling peace. There was nowhere to be but here, nothing to do but be. You were home, in the most absolute sense possible. The pulsing of the stars above began to slow. Their light dimmed, not to darkness, but to a soft, consistent glow, like embers of blue-white fire cooling to a steady state. The planet's hum softened to a barely perceptible thrum, a contented purr. The cool air felt like the lightest, most perfect blanket. Now, a final, gentle summons. It was a pull toward total integration, toward the dissolution of the observer itself. It was time to let go of even the beautiful awareness of peace and become the peace. You felt yourself sinking, not through the earth, but into a dimension of pure, unified consciousness. The field, the stars, the hum, your own sense of self, all began to blend, their distinct qualities melting away like different colors of ink dropped into a pool of clear, still water. They swirled together, merging into a single, uniform experience of profound, silent, loving rest. The blue twilight and the silver starlight merged into a soft, luminous gray. The scent of lavender became the feeling of cool air. The planet's hum became the rhythm of your own, now almost undetectable, heartbeat. There was no more you to feel or perceive. There was only the rest itself, a deep, cosmic, and cellular rest. It was the rest of mountains wearing down grain by grain over millennia. It was the rest of a forest in the deep of winter, life force pulled inward and down, waiting in silent potential. It was the rest of the universe between breaths, the still point of the turning world. In this state, time ceased utterly. It was not a long sleep or a short nap. It was a timeless immersion in the source of all renewal. Here, repairs were made at a level far below thought. Neural pathways, frazzled by the constant electricity of modern life, were soothed and rerouted towards calm. Hormonal tides ebbed and flowed, restoring balance. Muscles at their deepest fibers, unclenched from tensions so habitual you had forgotten they were there. The mind, that relentless processor, was not just quiet. It was offline, its circuits dark and cool, bathed in a healing void. This was the restoration of default settings, a return to the original, peaceful blueprint of your being. And within this formless, timeless rest, dreams began to stir. But these were not narrative dreams, not stories with characters and events. They were dreams of pure sensation, of being. You dreamed you were a stone in a sun-warmed river, the water flowing over you for 10,000 years, smoothing your edges to perfect round softness. You dreamed you were a seed buried in dark, rich loam, feeling the faint pull of a future sprout as a distant, pleasant tension, but content for now in the dark, silent safety of the earth. You dreamed you were a single note from the conductor's hum, sustained forever in a cathedral of silence, vibrating with pure, peaceful tone. These dream sensations passed through the void of your rest like harmless, beautiful clouds, adding texture to the nothingness without disturbing its essential peace. How long this lasted was meaningless. It was a full cycle of restoration, and it took exactly as long as it needed. The return was as gentle as the departure. It began not with a sound or a light, but with a softening of the void. The uniform, luminous gray began to differentiate. A warmth, gentle and internal, kindled somewhere in the center of your awareness. It was not the warmth of fever or exertion, but the warmth of life returning to idle, like a hearth fire banked for the night that still holds a core of glowing heat. Gradually, a faint, rhythmic sound impressed itself upon the silence. Lub-dub. Pause. Lub-dub. It was your own heartbeat, slow and strong and steady, a dependable drum in the quiet. It was the first anchor, the proof of a living, continuous self. You listened to it, this ancient, internal music, and it felt like a welcome home. Next, the sensation of breath returned, the slow, deep, automatic rise and fall of your chest. You noticed the cool air entering your nostrils, the warmer air leaving. You followed it for several cycles, a passive observer to this most essential, graceful automation. With each inhale, you drew in a sense of cool, clean clarity. With each exhale, you released a wisp of the formless void, integrating back into a defined body. A feeling of weight returned, the pleasant, solid weight of limbs, of a torso, of a head resting deeply on a supportive surface. You felt the pressure of a blanket over you, its texture soft and familiar. You felt the pillowed support beneath your head, cradling you perfectly. You were in a bed, in a room. You knew this without opening your eyes. The world of scent returned softly, the faint, clean smell of laundered cotton from your pillowcase, the dusty, sweet scent of a room that has been still for many hours, perhaps a trace of the lavender from your twilight field. lingering as a memory in your olfactory nerves. You became aware of the space around you through the quality of the darkness behind your eyelids. It was not the absolute black of the void, but a domestic darkness, softened by whatever faint light might exist. A digital clock, moonlight around the edges of a curtain, the glow of a street lamp far away. It was a friendly, containing dark. A single external sound filtered in from the world. The distant, muffled whoosh of a car on a faraway road. A sound that only emphasized the profound peace of your own room. Or the gentle creak of a house settling into its foundation. A wooden sigh of contentment. Or the soft, rhythmic purring of a cat curled at the foot of your bed. This sound did not disturb. It grounded you, connecting your private sanctuary to the wider sleeping world. Now a gentle curiosity arose, a willingness to know where you were, to complete the return. Slowly, without urgency, you allowed your eyelids to open. The darkness resolved into shapes. The darker rectangle of a window against a slightly lighter wall. The soft mound of a chair in the corner. The familiar line of a dresser. You were in your own room, or perhaps a room that felt so deeply, essentially like yours, that it didn't matter. It was safe. It was known. It was the final destination of the long, beautiful journey. You turned your head on the pillow, the movement feeling fluid and effortless. Through the window, you could see the first faint hint of dawn. Not color yet, but a lightening of the sky from black to deep, inky blue at the very horizon. The world was holding its breath, poised between night and day. It was the perfect time. You were rested, deeply and completely, but not yet summoned to the activities of morning. You were floating in the liminal, blessed hour where nothing is required. A deep, satisfying warmth filled your entire body. A liquid relaxation that was the physical echo of the soul-deep rest you had just experienced. Your muscles were loose, your jaw slack, your hands open and soft. Your mind was quiet, a still pool reflecting only the calm, dark room and the promising light at the window. You took one more deep, slow breath, savoring the feeling of your lungs expanding fully, easily. As you exhaled, you released the last thread of the story, the final connection to the guided journey. You were back. You were whole, and you carried with you, imprinted in every cell, the indelible memory of peace. The mossy forest path, the starry river, the desert's grandeur, the train's rhythm, the twilight field, the cosmic rest. These were not just memories. They were new neural pathways, a default setting of calm now accessible to you always. You closed your eyes again, not to sleep, but to savor this perfect transitional moment. The deep, restorative work was done. Now, there was only this gentle hovering, this peaceful anticipation of a new day, met from a place of profound fullness. Your heartbeat and your breath were your only companions in the quiet. A slow, soothing lullaby that would carry you effortlessly across the threshold into a gentle, natural waking whenever it was time. There was no need to move, to think, to plan. You simply were at peace in the silent, loving embrace of your own restored being. The night was over. The rest was complete. The stillness in your room was not an absence, but a presence. A tangible, velvety substance that filled the space from floor to ceiling. It was the kind of quiet that has its own weight and texture. A silence so complete you could hear the soft electric hum of your own nervous system winding down. A sound like distant galaxies turning in the void of your inner ear. You lay, perfectly suspended between the profound depths from which you just returned, and the gentle, inevitable pull of the approaching dawn. Your consciousness was like a leaf resting on the still surface of a forest pond, utterly motionless, yet intimately connected to the vast, quiet life below. And then, the very first sound of the new world began. Not a bird, not a car, but a sound so subtle it was almost a thought. The faintest pain. It was the sound of a single drop of condensation, having gathered all night in the heart of an air conditioning vent or on the tip of an icicle outside your window, letting go. It fell, hitting the surface below with a note of pure, clear finality. Pain. The silence absorbed it hungrily, becoming deeper and richer for having been broken. That single note seemed to be a catalyst. In its wake, a slow sensory symphony began to tune itself, instrument by instrument, at a volume just above the threshold of dreaming. First, the sense of touch deepened. You became aware of the million points of contact between your body and the bed. The way the pillow cupped the exact shape of your head, a perfect mold of support. The gentle pressure of the blanket, a weight that felt less like fabric and more like a reassuring hand resting upon you. The coolness of the sheet where your foot had ventured out into the night air. A delightful contrast to the warm cocoon you'd created. You wiggled a single toe, savoring the slide of cotton against skin, a tiny personal celebration of sensation. Next, the world of scent, which had been a mere ghost of lavender and linen, solidified and diversified. You detected the faint, clean aroma of the soap you'd used the night before, lingering on your skin, the dusty, sweet smell of the book on your nightstand, the unique, indefinable scent of your own home. A blend of wood, lived-in spaces, and stillness. And then, slipping through the barely open window, the first breath of the outside world, the damp, mineral scent of dew on grass, the cool, hollow smell of pre-dawn air, and a faint, green promise of growing things. As if the sense had unlocked it, sound began to paint the darkness. The absolute silence fragmented into a mosaic of soft noises. The house itself was stretching, a floorboard contracting with a soft crick in a distant hallway. The gentle rustle of the refrigerator cycling off in the kitchen, the almost inaudible hum of electricity in the walls. A sound you normally never heard but now recognized as the baseline thrum of modern sanctuary. Then from beyond the walls, the world began to whisper. A breeze, so gentle it was less a movement of air and more a change in pressure, stirred the leaves of the tree outside your window. It was not a rustle, but a soft collective sigh. Shh. As 10,000 leaves turned their silvery undersides to the dark in unison. Somewhere, far down the street, a sprinkler system hissed to life. A rhythmic chake, chak. You opened your eyes again. The deep blue at the horizon had lightened to a dusky indigo, and directly above, through your window, the last steadfast stars were fading, not vanishing, but softening, their brilliant pinpricks dissolving into the advancing blue like sugar in water. The room was no longer a cave of pure black, but a chamber of deep, familiar shadows. You could see the outline of your chair, the curve of a lampshade, the rectangular void of the doorway. This was your world, known and safe, slowly revealing itself from the night's embrace. A profound sense of gratitude, warm and quiet, bloomed in your chest. It was gratitude for this simple, extraordinary moment. To be awake, yet utterly at rest. To be alone, yet intimately connected to the sleeping world. To have a body that felt supple and light, and a mind that was a clear, still pool. Pool, you were not thinking of the day to come. You were fully immersed in the luxurious fleeting now of the almost morning. A new sensation began at the very crown of your head. It was a faint, fizzy tingling, as if that part of you was receiving a signal from the lightening sky. It was the feeling of consciousness fully re-inhabiting the body, cell by cell. The tingling spread slowly, like warm honey pouring over your scalp, down over your forehead, relaxing the tiny muscles around your eyes. It flowed into your cheeks, your jaw, which you allowed to go slack once more, down your neck, and into your shoulders, dissolving any last invisible threads of physical holding. With this wave of awakening came a gentle urge to move, not to get up, but to align. Slowly, as if underwater, you stretched. It was not a dramatic stretch, but a slow cat-like unfurling. You pressed the heels of your hands toward the headboard, feeling a delicious pull across your shoulders and down your spine. You pointed your toes toward the foot of the bed, arching your feet, feeling the muscles in your calves and thighs lengthen. Every joint seemed to sigh in relief. You turned onto your side, curling for a moment into a fetal position, the blanket tucked under your chin, feeling protected and snug. Then you rolled onto your other side, your arm pillowing your head, facing the window where the dawn was now a determined pale band of gold and rose smudging the indigo. As you watched, the color seeped upward, bleeding into the lower sky. It was a patient transformation. The world was being painted from the ground up. The black shapes of trees and rooftops began to separate from the sky, gaining depth and dimension, becoming silhouettes edged in faint fire. A single high cloud, previously invisible, caught the first direct rays of the unseen sun and burst into flame. A streak of peach and crimson against the cool blue. And then, the birds. It began with one lone, questioning chirp from the heart of the lilac bush. A single, clear note. Cheep. A pause, as if the world was considering the question. Then from a different tree, an answer. Cheer up. It was a conversation starter. Within a minute, the hesitant dialogue exploded into a full, joyous chorus. Sparrows chattered. A robin issued its clear melodic warble. A mourning dove cooed its haunting, 5-note song from the telephone wire. This wasn't noise. It was a raucous, beautiful hymn to the light. A celebration so instinctive and pure it bypassed the mind and vibrated directly in the heart. You listened, a smile touching your lips without you willing it. This was the world waking up, and you had a front row seat to its daily miraculous revival. The room grew brighter. The shadows in the corner softened from ink black to deep gray. You could see the pattern on your blanket, the grain of the wood on your nightstand, the digital clock's numbers, which had been a harsh electric blue in the deep night, now seemed muted, integrated into the gentle wash of natural light. You decided to rise, not with the jolt of an alarm, but with the fluid grace of the lingering dream state. You pushed back the covers, the cooler air of the room greeting your skin with a refreshing touch. You sat on the edge of the bed, your feet flat on the cool floor. You simply sat for a moment, feeling the solidity beneath you, the vertical alignment of your spine, the gentle beat of your heart. You took 3 deep, intentional breaths, drawing in the new day, exhaling the last vestiges of nocturnal stillness. Standing was an act of discovery. Your body felt new, light, balanced, energized, yet perfectly calm. You walked to the window, your footsteps silent on the rug. You placed your hands on the cool sill and looked out. The transformation was breathtaking. The world was drenched in the liquid gold of early morning. Dew sparkled on every blade of grass, on every spider web stretched between fence posts, turning the backyard into a field of scattered diamonds. The leaves of the trees, still mostly in shadow, glowed with a backlit, vibrant green. The sky was now a gradient of exquisite color, fiery orange at the horizon, melting into soft peach, then pale yellow, then clear, clean blue overhead. The air itself seemed to shimmer, charged with potential. You saw a rabbit, still as a statue at the edge of the lawn, its nose twitching. A squirrel made a reckless dash along the power line, its tail a frantic question mark against the brightening sky. The world was alive, pristine, washed clean by the night, and presented anew. You turned from the window, The room, in the full light of dawn, was revealed in all its comforting familiarity. But it looked different. It felt sanctified, as if the peace of your long journey had seeped into the walls, the furniture, the very air. Everything seemed simpler, clearer, more beautiful in its essence. The day awaited. There would be tasks, conversations, movements. But that was all in the future. In this expansive, silent moment at the dawn, you held the entire night within you. The deep relaxation, the cosmic journeys, the profound rest. It was a resource now, a wellspring of calm you could draw from. You knew, with a certainty that it came from the core of your being, that no matter what the day brought, this deep, unshakable peace was now a part of you. You had been to the source of stillness and returned, not empty, but brimming with its quiet power. You took one last, long look at the glorious morning, breathing it in, letting its promise fill you. Then, with a sense of deep contentment and gentle readiness, you turned toward the door, your bare feet quiet on the floor, carrying the silence of the night with you into the beginning of the day. A peaceful king or queen in a realm of your own making, forever changed by the journey, forever anchored in rest. The golden light from the window didn't just illuminate the room. It seemed to pass through you, warming you from the inside out, filling the spaces the night's silence had occupied with a gentle, energizing glow. You stood at the threshold of your bedroom door, one hand resting on the frame, not as a barrier, but as an altar of transition. The polished wood was cool and smooth under your palm. From here, the familiar hallway stretched, a tunnel of soft morning shadows. The world outside, this sanctuary of sleep, was calling, but its call was not a demand. It was an invitation, extended on the same gentle, patient terms as the river's current or the desert wind. You stepped into the hallway. The change in atmosphere was subtle, but distinct. The air was slightly cooler, carrying the faint, clean scent of the house itself. A mixture of wood polish, dormant dust, and the quiet smell of rooms waiting to be lived in. The floorboards, older and less carpeted, yielded with soft, familiar creaks under your feet. Not jarring noises, but the house's own voice, a language of sighs and settlements you understood in your bones. Each creak was a note in the morning's quiet song, a conversation between your weight and the home's enduring structure. Sunlight filtered through a window at the far end of the hall, sliced across the floor in a brilliant diagonal blade, cutting through the dimness. Dust motes, those eternal tiny galaxies, danced and swirled in the sunbeam, performing their silent, chaotic ballet. You walked through the beam, feeling its warmth on your legs, watching the motes swirl around you, undisturbed by your passage, as if you were a gentle giant moving through a field of luminous pollen. The door to the bathroom stood ajar. Pushing it open, you were met with the cool, tiled quiet, and the faint, astringent scent of soap and clean porcelain. The mirror over the sink was still dark, reflecting only the window behind you, and the vague shape of a person wrapped in soft light. You didn't turn on the harsh overhead light. Instead, you walked to the sink and turned on the cold tap. The sound was shockingly loud in the quiet. A rush, a gurgle, a final thump as the pipes cleared. You cupped your hands under the stream. The water was bracingly cold, almost painful in its clarity. You brought it to your face. The shock was exquisite. It was a baptism for the new day. The cold shock chased the last clinging veils of sleep from your skin, awakening every nerve ending on your face. You splashed again, letting the droplets run down your neck, soaking the collar of your nightclothes. You looked up, water dripping from your chin and lashes. In the mirror now, lit by the window's dawn light, your reflection was soft-focused, your skin dewy, your eyes clear and quiet. You looked rested, truly rested, in a way that was deeper than the absence of circles under your eyes. There was a calm in your gaze, a stillness in the set of your shoulders, that spoke of the long, inward journey. You smiled at your reflection, a simple, private acknowledgement. The face that smiled back was a friend's face. Drying your hands and face on a soft towel, you left the bathroom and moved toward the heart of the home, the kitchen. This was a space of a different kind of ritual. The night had been about release, surrender, receiving. The morning, in its gentlest form, was about a quiet, grateful participation. The kitchen was silent and orderly. The chrome of the faucet gleamed dully. The wooden tabletop bore the faint, friendly scars of meals past. You went first not to the coffee maker or the kettle, but to the window above the sink. You looked out on your own smaller slice of the waking world. A bird feeder, swaying slightly, was already host to a bustling crowd of sparrows and finches. Their feathers puffed against the morning chill, their movements quick and argumentative. Beyond the fence, the neighbor's cat sat perfectly still on a patio chair, a statue of orange and white watching the birds with detached, professional interest. You filled the kettle from the tap, the sound a hollow, rising note. Placing it on the stove, you clicked the ignition, a sharp click hiss that briefly fractured the silence before settling into a soft, blue-ringed roar. The promise of heat, of steam, of a simple brew was itself a comfort. While the water heated, you moved to the back door, unlocked it, and stepped outside onto the dew-soaked patio. The air here was a living thing. It was cool and damp, rich with the scent of wet earth, grass, and the sweet perfume of early blooming flowers from a nearby bed. You breathed it in deeply, feeling it expand your lungs, oxygenating your newly rested blood. The grass was indeed a field of diamonds, each blade bowed under the weight of a perfect, spherical droplet. You knelt, not caring about the damp, and gently touched a dewdrop on a broad hosta leaf. It quivered, holding its perfect shape for a moment before collapsing and running in a silver streak down the leaf's central vein to the soil below. This simple act, touching the morning's jeweler, felt sacred. A soft cooing made you look up. On the telephone wire, two mourning doves sat side by side, their heads bobbing slowly. Their call, when it came, was the sound of the earth itself feeling sorrowful and sweet. Coo. It was a sound that slowed the heart. The whistle of the kettle called you back inside, a cheerful, steam-driven summons. You rose, your knees damp, and returned to the warmth of the kitchen. The roar subsided into a contented simmer as you poured the boiling water over the tea leaves in your pot, or the grounds in your French press. The ritual was automatic, yet today every movement was imbued with a mindful slowness. The glug of the water, the dark bloom of the tea spreading in the pot, the rich earthy smell of coffee grounds releasing their perfume. These were small, perfect ceremonies. You carried your cup to the kitchen table and sat. The first sip was a communion. The heat traveled down your throat, spreading a central warmth that radiated outward to meet the coolness the dawn air had left on your skin. You held the cup in both hands, feeling its heat, smelling its aroma, tasting its complex bitterness and subtle notes. You did not drink it to wake up. You were already awake in the deepest sense. You drank it to honor the morning, to participate in this ancient global ritual of a hot drink at dawn. Sitting there, in the quiet kitchen, as the sun climbed higher and painted the walls with moving panels of light, you did nothing. You simply were. You watched the light change. You listened to the house settle, to the bird's chorus reach its peak, and then begin to subside into the business of the day. You felt the warmth of the cup in your hands, the solidity of the chair beneath you. Your mind, that vast and often turbulent landscape, was a calm meadow. Thoughts arose, but they were like butterflies, beautiful, transient, landing lightly before fluttering away without demanding chase. A thought about the day's loose plan, a memory of the starry river from the depths of the night, a gratitude for the simplicity of this moment. They came and went, and you watched them pass with a gentle, detached curiosity, never grabbing on, never following them down their paths. This was the true gift of the long night's journey, not just the sleep, but the quality of wakefulness that followed. It was a wakefulness unburdened by the frantic need to do, to produce, to think. It was an alert serenity, a peaceful participation in the unfolding present. Eventually, the cup emptied. The sunlight had marched across the table, now warming your arm. The practical world, with its gentle demands, began to make its presence known. The soft hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a garbage truck on a street over, the knowledge that soon the day would properly begin. You rose, washed your cup slowly, placing it in the drainer where it gleamed, clean and empty, ready for the next ritual. You moved through the house, opening curtains, letting the morning flood in. Each room transformed under the light. The living room with its soft furniture inviting quiet reading. The study with its orderly desk. The plants on the sill stretching their leaves toward the sun. You returned to your bedroom. The bed was a rumpled landscape of soft folds and valleys, a testament to the deep rest it had provided. Instead of hastily making it, you sat on its edge once more. You placed a hand on the indentation your head had left in the pillow. It was still faintly warm. You felt a surge of gratitude for this simple object as haven. You slowly pulled up the sheets, smoothed the blanket, fluffed the pillows, not as a chore, but as an act of respect, of closure, of preparing this sacred space for its next cycle of service. Dressed in soft, comfortable clothes that felt like a second skin, you stood once more at your front door, your hand on the knob. You took one last, deep breath of the quiet, sun-drenched interior air. Then, you opened the door. The world outside was bright and full of gentle sound. The air was warmer now, carrying the scent of cut grass from a neighbor's early morning mowing. A bicycle bell chimed in the distance. The day was no longer a promise. It was a reality, vibrant and humming. You stepped out, not with reluctance, but with a calm, open-hearted readiness. You carried the silence of the night within you. A cool, clear pool at your center. The sounds of the day, the movements, the interactions. They would flow around this pool, but could not disturb its depths. You had been restored not just in body, but in spirit. You had journeyed to the furthest shores of relaxation and returned, carrying a map etched in your soul. You knew the path back to that peace. It was in a breath, in a moment of watching light on leaves, in the feel of a warm cup in your hands, in the conscious surrender to rest. As you walked down your path, the sun warm on your shoulders, you didn't just step into the day. You brought the deep, star-dusted, mossy, silent peace of the long night story with you, woven into your very being, a companion and a guide for whatever lay ahead. The journey was over. The peace was yours. And the day, greeted from this place of profound wholeness, was not something to be faced, but a landscape to be explored, with the same gentle, curious, and deeply relaxed awareness. The sun was a benevolent sovereign now, its reign established in a sky of untroubled blue. Stepping from the threshold of your home was not an exit, but an expansion. The sanctuary of walls and quiet rooms flowed seamlessly into the wider sanctuary of the world, and you carried the inner stillness with you like a personal atmosphere, a bubble of calm through which you moved. Your first steps onto the sidewalk were a study in sensory delight. The concrete was warm, but not yet hot, holding the night's coolness in its depths. With each step, you felt the subtle variations in texture, the smooth sweep of a slab, the gritty resistance of a crack filled with sand, the cool, damp strip in the perpetual shadow of a hedge. You walked slowly, not with a destination in mind, but with the destination being the walk itself. This was a pilgrimage of presence. The neighborhood was awakening with a leisurely pace. An elderly man 2 houses down was meticulously watering his roses, the spray from his hose catching the light and creating a dozen tiny, fleeting rainbows in the air before it pattered on the leaves. He nodded to you, a slow, silent gesture that spoke of shared morning peace. The sound of the water was a soft hiss, a peaceful counterpoint to the distant drone of a lawnmower several streets over. You turned onto a quieter, tree-lined street. Here, the canopy of ancient oaks and maples interlaced overhead, creating a tunnel of dappled green and gold. The light filtered down, not in sheets, but in shifting, liquid patterns that danced on the pavement as the breeze stirred the leaves high above. The air under the trees was cooler, damp, and rich with the smell of chlorophyll, damp bark, and the faint, sweet decay of last autumn's leaves still nestled in the gutters. It was the smell of life, in constant, slow-motion conversation with death. A cycle that felt comforting, not morbid. You stopped under the largest oak. Placing a hand on its trunk, you felt the profound, rugged solidity of it. The bark was a landscape of deep fissures and ridges, home to tiny ants on urgent, invisible business, and patches of velvety green moss in the deep shadows of its wrinkles. You closed your eyes and leaned your forehead against it. Up through your palm and into your being flowed a sense of immense, patient time. This tree had witnessed decades of mornings just like this one. It had stood through storms and droughts, through the laughter of children and the quiet passing of generations. Its energy was not quick or sharp, but deep, slow, and profoundly grounded. You drew in a breath, imagining you could pull some of that ancient stability into yourself, rooting your own fleeting existence in something timeless. As you walked on, the sounds of the neighborhood became a layered symphony. The rhythmic swish-swish of a sprinkler, the far-off chime of an ice cream truck, oddly comforting in the morning context. The chatter of squirrels, a scolding, rattling sound from the high branches. And beneath it all, the constant, gentle susurras of the leaves. The world breathing. You came upon a small community garden, a vibrant patchwork quilt of green behind a low, white picket fence. Unlatching the gate, you entered. The air here was a complex perfume, the peppery scent of tomato vines, the sweet, heavy smell of ripe strawberries, the tang of basil and rosemary, the rich, brown odor of freshly turned earth. Bees, fuzzy and purposeful, hummed from bloom to bloom in the pollinator patch, their sound the very engine of fruition. A fat, striped caterpillar inched its way along a dill stalk, a creature of pure, slow-motion intent. You knelt by a row of lettuces, their leaves 100 shades of green, from almost white to deep, wine-tinged red. Dew still clung to their crinkled edges. You brushed a leaf with your fingertip, feeling its waxy coolness. This was life at its most immediate, unprocessed, and generous. You were not separate from this cycle. The air you exhaled fed these plants. The water that would eventually fall as rain would quench them. And they, in turn, offered nourishment and beauty. The simple act of kneeling in the dirt, feeling the sun on your back and the rich smells in your nose, dissolved any last illusion of separation. You were a participant in this quiet, abundant feast. Rising, you brushed the soil from your knees and left the garden, the gate clicking shut with a soft final sound. Your path now led toward the softer, wilder edges of the neighborhood, where the manicured lawns gave way to a strip of preserved woodland bordering a small, sluggish creek. The transition was immediate. The civilized sounds faded, replaced by a deeper, more organic quiet. The path here was dirt, padded by years of fallen leaves, winding between tall ferns and stands of skinny, young trees reaching for the light. The air grew cooler and carried the dank, fertile scent of decaying wood and wet stone. You hear the creek before you saw it, a low, guttural chuckle over rocks. You emerged onto its bank. The water was brown and clear, flowing over a bed of rounded stones the size of loaves of bread. Dragonflies, their wings like panes of stained glass, darted and hovered in precise, impossible maneuvers. A water strider skated effortlessly on the surface tension, its feet dimpling the water without breaking it. A lesson in delicate balance. You found a flat, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge and sat. This was a different kind of rest than the bed or the chair. It was an alert, engaged rest. You watched the water flow. It never hesitated, never fought the rocks. It simply went around, over, or between them. Its path one of constant, fluid adaptation. A leaf fell from a sycamore upstream and began its journey, spinning lazily in an eddy before being caught by the main current and swept out of sight. You followed its progress until it vanished around a bend, a tiny voyager on an infinite journey. Time stretched again, but differently than in the night's void. Here, time was measured in natural rhythms. The journey of the leaf, the dance of the dragonfly, the slow creep of the sun's warmth across your shoulders. A fish, a dark shadow, darted from under your rock into the deeper water, its movement a silver flash. You lay back on the rock, the stones stored solar heat seeping into your muscles. Looking up through the lattice of branches, you saw patches of the fierce blue sky. A hawk circled on a thermal, its wings perfectly still, a black apostrophe against the blue. It was the same lesson from the desert cliff, but here, in the green and brown intimacy of the woods, it felt more personal. There was effortlessness in its flight, a mastery that came not from struggle, but from understanding and using the invisible currents of the world. You must have drifted into a light doze, because the next thing you knew, the quality of the light had changed. The sun was higher, the shadows shorter and sharper. The chorus of birds had settled into the midday lull. You sat up, feeling refreshed, as if the creek's constant flow had washed through your mind, carrying away any residual silt of thought. The walk back was a return, but you were not the same person who had left. You moved with a loose-limbed grace, your senses still wide open. You noticed the fractal pattern of shadows cast by a wrought iron fence. You heard the specific, dry rattle of a locust in a tall tree. You smelled the hot, sweet tar of the road mingling with the perfume of someone's climbing roses. Back on your own street, the pace was slightly more animated. A mother pushed a stroller, cooing to her baby. A delivery truck rumbled past. Yet, within your bubble of carried peace, these sounds were not intrusions, but notes in the day's symphony. You waved to the old man with the hose, who was now clipping spent blooms from his rose bushes. He waved back, a pair of secateurs in his hand. Arriving home, your sanctuary welcomed you. The interior was warm and still, filled with the honeyed light of late morning. There was a different energy now, not the hushed anticipation of dawn, but the calm, fulfilled hum of a day being well lived, even in its quietude. You moved to the living room and sank into your favorite armchair, the one by the big window. The chair accepted you with a familiar sigh. You didn't reach for a book or your phone. You simply sat, integrating the morning's journey. You reflected on the night's epic voyage through cosmic voids and enchanted forest, and saw its echo in the morning's simple wonders. The star-dusted river was mirrored in the dew-diamonded grass. The silent, watchful stag had his counterpart in the still, observing cat. The vast desert silence was cousin to the deep green quiet of the creekside woods. The journey hadn't taken you away from your world. It had given you the eyes to see the magic woven into its very fabric. The deep relaxation was not a state to be visited only in sleep, but a lens through which to view waking life. A gentle hunger stirred, not a ravenous need, but a quiet suggestion. You went to the kitchen and prepared a simple lunch. A piece of crusty bread, some cheese, a handful of the strawberries from the market, a glass of cool water. You ate at the table, savoring each flavor, the tang of the cheese, the sweet burst of the berry, the yeasty heartiness of the bread. This too was a meditation. Nourishment was not just fuel, it was a conversation with the earth, a receiving of gifts. After cleaning up, you felt a gentle pull toward creativity, not driven by ambition, but flowing from the fullness of your peace. Perhaps you sat with a sketch pad and drew the light pattern on the floor. Or you picked up a guitar and let your fingers find a soft, meandering melody. Or you wrote a few lines in a journal, not to document, but to converse with yourself. The activity was effortless, a natural expression of the calm joy within you. As the afternoon sun began its long, slow arc toward the west, casting the elongated, nostalgic shadows of late day, you felt a familiar, gentle fatigue. It was not the exhaustion of stress, but the wholesome tiredness of a body and mind fully, peacefully engaged with the day. It was a signal, as gentle as the pull you'd felt in the twilight field, that the cycle was preparing to turn again. You moved through the house, lowering blinds against the intense slanting light, softening the rooms. The pace of everything slowed. You took a long, cool shower, the water a cleansing cascade, washing away the dust of the creek bank and the warmth of the sun. You emerged feeling light and clean, wrapped in a soft robe. The evening was a mirror of the morning, but in a lower key. A simple dinner. Perhaps some quiet music. The watching of the sunset from your window. A spectacle of fiery grandeur that now felt like a familiar, comforting ritual. The day taking its final beautiful bow. And as the deep blue of twilight gathered outside, you felt no resistance, only a welcoming readiness. The adventures of the day, the tree, the garden, the creek, the simple acts of presence, had been beautiful. But now, the greater adventure of rest called again. You had navigated the day from the harbor of your night's journey, and now it was time to return to that harbor, not as an escape, but as a homecoming. You slipped into bed. The sheets were cool and smelled of sunshine and wind. Your head found the pillow, that trusted friend. You lay in the gathering dark, not forcing sleep, but inviting it. You revisited, in quick sensory flashes, the highlights of your day. The feel of the oak bark, the smell of the tomatoes, the sound of the creek, the taste of the strawberry. You offered a silent, final gratitude. Then you turned your awareness inward, to the quiet pool of peace that had been your constant companion. You felt your breath deepen. You felt your body, tired in the best way, surrender its weight to the mattress. The boundaries of the day softened. The memories blurred into pleasant, fading impressions. You knew the path now. You didn't need a story to guide you. You simply let go, trusting the wisdom of your own being to carry you back into the nourishing depths. The last conscious thought was not a word, but a feeling. A deep, sure knowledge of safety, of belonging, of being part of a beautiful, endless cycle of rest and awakening. The outside world, with its crickets and distant cars, faded to a murmur. The inner world expanded. You crossed the threshold effortlessly, sailing into the silent, stardusted, and infinitely peaceful waters of the night, ready to explore new depths of dreams or float in the healing void, deeply, perfectly, and wonderfully relaxed. The journey was always beginning and always complete. The descent this time was not a journey through landscapes, but a direct, seamless submersion. The final waking gratitude for the day was the key that turned in the lock, and the door swung open, not onto a path, but into the deep, warm, silent ocean of sleep itself. There was no boat, no train, no guiding voice. You were the ocean, and the ocean was you. Consciousness did not fracture or fade. It changed state, like water becoming mist. The meticulous sensory awareness of the waking world, the feel of the sheets, the distant hum of the refrigerator, dissolved into a generalized, blissful perception of safety and support. You were held, you were contained, you were infinitely secure. Within this primordial rest, the deepest healing commenced. This was the cellular and synaptic level of repair. The work that happens far below the realm of dreams or even sensation. If the earlier stages of the night were like dusting and tidying a grand library, this was the rewriting of faded manuscripts, the reforging of broken shelves, the re-strengthening of the very foundation stones. Stress hormones, the microscopic echoes of ancient alarms, were not merely silenced but metabolized, transformed into harmless waste and gently flushed from the system. The nervous system, having spent its waking hours on a hair trigger, alert to 1,000 digital and social pings, recalibrated to its true baseline, one of calm, open awareness. Neural pathways that habitually fired in anxious loops grew dim and quiet, while the quieter roads leading to contentment and peace were paved wider, reinforced with myelin, becoming the new preferred routes for electrical impulses. Memory was sorted and stored not by a frantic cognitive librarian, but by a wise, somnolent gardener. Experiences from the day, the sun on your face, the taste of bread, the sound of the creek, were pruned of their emotional thorns and carefully planted in the rich soil of long-term memory, where they would take root not as sources of stress, but as nourishing recollections of beauty and peace. The intense, restorative journey of the night's earlier story was woven into the very fabric of your autobiographical tapestry. Not as a fantasy, but as a real and potent resource, a neural sanctuary you could access with a breath. This was the delta wave sleep, the slow wave sleep, the physical and mental restoration that is the non-negotiable core of health. Your breathing became so slow and shallow, it was almost imperceptible. Your heart rate dropped to its minimum resting rhythm, a soft, slow drum in the cavern of your chest. Your muscles were in a state of profound atonia, a beautiful, total paralysis that is the body's final, complete surrender. You were, for all intents and purposes, offline. The essence of you was in maintenance mode, and the universe itself was the technician. Time, in this place, was not linear. It was a depth. You sank deeper and deeper into layers of rest that felt geological in their age and solidity. You were a fossil in the bedrock of peace. You were a mineral forming in a dark, still cave. You were the silence between the notes of a song that spanned eternity. And then, from this utter profundity, the first gentle stirrings of ascent began. It was not an interruption, but a natural tide turning. The infinite depth began, with infinite slowness, to become a direction. Up. The first sign was a change in the quality of the darkness behind your eyelids. It was no longer a uniform, velvety black, but began to thin, to take on a faint, dusky gray hue, as if a dawn were breaking not in the sky, but within the vault of your own skull. This internal light was soft, sourceless, and carried no urgency. With it came the slow return of bodily sensation. But from the inside out, you became aware of your heartbeat again, not as a sound, but as a deep, rhythmic pulse that seemed to originate in the center of the earth and resonate up through the bed, into your spine. Thump, thump, a primordial, reassuring drum. Then the feeling of your lungs expanding, a slow, automatic bellows drawing in the cool, pre-dawn air of your room. The breath felt new, as if it were the first breath you'd ever taken, or the first breath of a new world. A tingling began at the very tips of your toes and fingers, a gentle fizz of returning circulation, a mapping of the boundaries of your physical self. It spread inward, up your limbs, a warm, waking wave. You felt the weight of the blanket, a pleasant pressure. You felt the delicious, perfect fit of your head in the pillow's cradle. You were rising, not toward wakefulness, but toward the dream layer. This was the realm of REM sleep, but it felt different tonight. There were no frantic, narrative dreams of being chased or unprepared. The dreams that came were subtle, beautiful, and deeply symbolic. You dreamed you were a leaf floating on a perfectly still pond, reflecting the sky. You dreamed you were a note in a wide, harmonious chord that sustained forever. You dreamed you were a root, drinking deeply from a dark, cool underground spring. These were dreams of integration, of wholeness, reflecting the deep repair that had just occurred. They were the psyche's gentle way of stretching, of trying on the new garment of peace you had woven in the night. As these soft dreams shimmered and faded, the internal light grew stronger. The gray became infused with the palest hint of rose gold, the color of a promise. The outside world began to whisper its way back into your awareness, but it was filtered, softened by the layers of profound rest you had just passed through. You heard a bird. Not the full-throated chorus of dawn, but a single, experimental chirp from the hedge outside your window. Tweet. It was a question posed to the silence. The sound was not an alarm, but a beautiful crystalline note that seemed to hang in the air. You felt the temperature of the room, the coolness where your face was exposed to the air, the warm cocoon under the covers. You smelled the familiar, faint scent of your own sleep, of clean cotton, of the stillness of the house. Consciousness was returning, but it was a different consciousness than the one that had closed its eyes the night before. It was clearer, quieter, faster. Dots. It felt like a clean, well-lit room after a thorough and loving cleaning. The clutter of yesterday's worries was gone. The windows were spotless, letting in pure light the furniture of your mind, your memories, your knowledge, your personality was all in its place, dusted and polished. You lay in this sublime, in-between state for a long, luxurious time. This was the true fruit of the long night's journey, not just the sleep, but this crystalline, peaceful pre-dawn awareness. You were awake, but still cradled in the arms of rest. You were aware, but without a single demand upon that awareness. You simply were. You observed the gentle return of your senses with the detached curiosity of a scientist witnessing a beautiful, natural phenomenon. You did not move. You let the process complete itself. The rose gold light behind your lids brightened. The bird was joined by another, then another, their calls weaving a delicate, tentative lattice of sound. A car passed in the distance, its tires a soft, wet whisper on the pavement. Finally, with a sense of deep, unhurried readiness, you allowed your eyelids to open. The room was filled with the soft, pearlescent light of early morning, just before the sun breached the horizon. Everything was etched in shades of gray, silver, and the faintest blue. The world held its breath. You turned your head on the pillow. The sight of your familiar room, in this magical half-light, filled you with a profound sense of belonging and peace. It was all here, your sanctuary, your haven, waiting for you exactly as you had left it, yet feeling utterly new. You stretched. It was a full body, cat-like stretch that started in your toes and ended with your fingers reaching for the headboard. Every joint released with a gentle, satisfying pop. Every muscle lengthened, and then relaxed into a state of perfect, loose readiness. You took a deep, deep breath, filling your lungs to capacity, feeling your rib cage expand, and then let it out in a long, slow sigh that carried with it the final microscopic vestige of yesterday's work. You were new. You sat up. The movement was fluid, effortless. You swung your legs over the side of the bed and placed your feet flat on the floor. The coolness of the wood was a delightful shock, a firm announcement of the new day. You sat there for another moment, feeling the vertical alignment of your spine, the beat of your heart, the slow tide of your breath. Rising, you walked to the window. As you did, the sun, just a sliver of unbearable fire, peeked over the farthest roof. The world exploded into color. The gray bled into gold. The silver transformed into green. The blue sky ignited. It was not just a sunrise. It was a coronation. And you were there, perfectly present, perfectly peaceful, to witness it. You stood, bathed in the golden light, feeling it warm your skin and seep into your bones. You had traveled to the core of rest and returned. You had been dismantled and reassembled. You had been washed in the silent waters of the unconscious and hung out to dry in the dawn breeze. The story ends here, at the window, with the new sun on your face. But the journey does not. It becomes part of you. What you have experienced in this long narrative was not merely a fantasy to induce sleep. It was a blueprint, a neural map, a deeply encoded instruction manual for peace. Your brain, in its wondrous plasticity, does not know the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. Pathways forged as you walked, the mossy path, floated on the starry river, sat in the desert silence, and sank into the cosmic void are now as real as any memory of a physical vacation. They are a resource you carry within you, always. This means that peace is no longer a distant destination, something you must achieve after finishing your tasks, calming your mind, or finding the perfect quiet room. It is a place you have already been. You know the way. You have walked its trails, felt its textures, breathed its air. So, in the days and nights to come, remember, when the world feels loud and sharp, you can close your eyes for just a moment and feel the soft, springy moss giving way beneath your silent feet. Instantly, your nervous system will receive the signal. Soften, yield, there is no threat here. When anxiety tightens your chest, you can take one deep breath and remember the infinite, star-dusted sky over the obsidian lake. Your perspective will widen. Your personal worries will shrink to their true size against that majestic, timeless canvas. When you feel untethered and rushed, you can recall the feeling of the great oak's bark under your palm, or the deep, resonant hum of the earth from the twilight field. Your roots will descend. You will remember what it is to be grounded, patient, and sustained by forces greater than yourself. When sleep feels elusive, you do not need to reread this story. You simply need to remember the gentle magnetic pull you felt in the sunroom, the pull toward integration. You can invite it. You can lie down, feel the support beneath you, and whisper to your own mind, "We know the way. It's time to drift," and you will, because the path is now inscribed in your cells. You have been given a great gift, the knowledge that deep relaxation is not the absence of stress, but the presence of a profound, alternative reality. A reality of slow time, gentle sensation, unconditional safety, and interconnected beauty. It is a reality that exists alongside the buzzing, flashing world, accessible at any moment you choose to cross the threshold of a single conscious breath. Carry this story with you not as a tale that is over, but as a living landscape within. Visit it often, in brief moments and long nights. Let it be your internal sanctuary, your personal retreat that requires no travel, no money, no special equipment. All it requires is your intention and your remembrance. You are now someone who knows how to rest. Truly, deeply, completely rest. This skill will change everything. It will soften your edges, clarify your thoughts, deepen your resilience, and open your heart to the simple, staggering beauty of being alive. So go forward into your day, into your life, meet its challenges, enjoy its pleasures, navigate its complexities, but do so with the unshakable knowledge that beneath it all, supporting you like the ancient, solid earth, is a vast and peaceful silence. A star-dusted river flows within you. A mossy forest path unwinds in your soul. A desert of serene grandeur lies in the landscape of your heart. You have been there, It is yours. And whenever you need to, you can go home. Sleep well, always.